G'day everybody, and welcome to finding out just how lucky I am with this stuff. Because I recently did a video where I did a suit-only survival start in Space Engineers, and managed to find a couple of spawns with no defenses whatsoever, and got myself to a survival kit with mostly the troubles being my own doing, and slightly progression related. So, I have decided I'm going to do this on stream because then there's no editing to hide behind, no editing to see what's going on. I'm really curious to find out whether that was entirely luck or if this mode is just easy now. I've got a few things I want to do which are definitely not going to be easy if it turns out it is just easy. And I think they could be easy things, but we'll talk about that. So, I've got the star system start. I've got everything at default. I have added 2 mods, sneaky sounds because we don't need to deafen ourselves with drills and grinders, and clean and vibrant post-processing because I like to be able to see things, not have bizarre chromatic aberrations on my game. So, that's it. In other games, those 2 things would be in-game options, so it's vanilla. To my mind. I am not going to turn off progression. No. Progression is part of the challenge, I think. So yeah, here we go. Let's see what ends up happening. This is spacesuit. I should spawn near Earth-like because this is a solo game. In multiplayer, you'll spawn near other players. But in single player, you should, I believe, by default spawn near Earth-like. So I may be too far from the moon to do anything useful with it. Yep, spawn near Earth-like. And I'm definitely too far from the moon to get there before I die. So, what I noticed at the start of the previous record... I think there's something over there already. Let's turn my jetpack on. There is definitely something right there. What is that? What I noticed at the start of the last recording was there are 2 different types of signals that can occasionally pop up in the vanilla spawns. There's the Mayday signals. They're going to be much more likely to kill you. Or there are these ones, Space Pirate Dot. These ones seem to be entirely passive. And that's what I think has been added since I long ago decided that spacesuit only starts were not a thing you can do. These spawns seem to be entirely passive and super easy. And especially given the fact that there is literally one right where I started the game. I wonder if that's always the case. Is there always one? Although I wonder what this is actually going to give me. Is it going to give me enough that I can get power? Hostile signal. Oh. It's changed. But it is still quite dead looking. Nope. Ah, perfect. There we go. So there's our first thing. Okay, that one was hostile. This is learning. This is good. Oh man. Thanks, Tinners. Thank you for the 33 months. Thank you, Papa Tim, for... Well, it says 12 months on my end, but yeah, 11 months in a row. You said 1 more till the year, but you've done 12 months in total. And thank you, Ratfink. Thank you for the 23 months. And the 25 gift subs, you lunatic. Oh, man. Okay, let's try that again. Oh boy. Alright. Let's get rid of my body location. Don't need to know that. What can I find this time? So apparently those dot signals are not all passive. I did get a bit lucky with the ones in the previous run. Now, I don't see anything around me this time. trying to hope that I spot something. I don't believe that the vanilla spawns are like the MES spawns, where often you need to be moving for them to spawn. But just in case they are, where is the moon? It's on the other side of Earth-like, isn't it? All right. Let's just move in a direction. Yeah. There we go. And thank you, Jexam. Thank you so much for 5... Oh, is that something? Or is that just asteroid part? 5 whole years. Thanks so much, man. So red below me. Well, below doesn't really mean anything in Space Engineers. There is no below with 6 degrees of freedom. Keep looking around. I think you just mainly... Oh, I should probably turn off my signal for what little power that saves. I think the main thing is waiting for those spawns to go. Oh, there's one. There's a Mayday. There was something else this way. I'm being super quick at picking where those signals came from. I do not see any red near the planet. So, yeah, that's, I'm interested. So that's what I would call a 50-50 at the moment. Oh, I can see the thing now. It's a couple of pixels. It probably isn't coming through on stream, but there are a tiny bunch of pixels right in the center of my screen right now that are flickering just like a grid would. And so I'm heading towards something. I'm not going to head towards that Mayday, which is the other signal, because I know nearly all Mayday signals are deadly. Thanks, Jedmans. Thank you for the 100 bits. And thank you, Papa Tim. Thank you so much for 1,000 bits. You guys are nuts this morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Insus Black. Thank you for continuing your sub. Oh, and that's... Yeah. And thank you, Paul Beeler. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, Druid, for 51 months. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Hammer. Thank you for the 2,000 bits. Just finally finished AA after weeks and weeks. Excited to see what's next. Yeah, I'm excited for Wrong Way Out. I'm really excited for what we're going to do with that. It is... I've got a pretty good idea of something pretty fun. Thank you, Orsa. Thank you so much for the 25 gift subs as well. Oh yeah, and the extra bonus Twitch subs are a thing at the moment, aren't they? That's right. It's still just barely September. Hopefully the crew this time will be... Oh, encounter Stingray. That doesn't sound good. Yep. That's a gun. Get around to the back of it. Ow. Nope, there's another gun. There are guns everywhere! Can I get in? And under them? Ow, nope. Oh yeah, that thing's covered in guns. Well. Okay, that makes it a... Okay, maybe I was really lucky. I think I might have a better chance against the Mayday signals. What the heck? I was sure that this wasn't going to be how this played out. This is what I thought I was going to do at the start of that video. I was going to have a compilation of me dying. Just dying over and over and over again. And put that at the beginning of it and be like, yeah, cool. So that's what happened to begin with, and then this lun? Yes, this lun I finally got lucky. No, this run I finally got lucky. But it doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like I got insanely lucky. Those spawns are... How did I get 2 passive ones? So unexpected. Oh dear. Thanks, Langani. Thank you for 10 months. Thanks, JC Gamer Inui for 52 months as well. And thank you, Kellybot. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Trying to see if there is anything else around here. I wonder how much easier this might be with, like, a really boring skybox. It doesn't even have stars on it. Actually, speaking of skyboxes, I need to find out if there is anyone in the community who's, like, super into space photography using regular on-Earth telescopes. Because I've been wanting to redo my skybox with not using Hubble imagery or imagery from James Webb, because both of them have a very distinct lens flare around each star, which makes it feel a bit odd. Whereas DSLRs and mirrorless cameras seem to just have more just plain old dots, like on this skybox. And I haven't liked any of the skybox generators that I've ever looked at. They're all terrible. They end up looking very, well, kind of like this skybox, really. Although this one, I think an artist has at least had a good pass on because the clouds look better. Yeah, it was totally beginner's luck. Spectre, I have a moral objection to a lot of the image generators out there. I'd use because of their they're very dubious ways of creating those images. So no, I would not use Midjourney. Anyway, real human artists are better. Then you know someone struggled to make it. That's part of the art. I'm not sure what I can do with a death pole in this. I'm gonna die. Especially if I don't find a spawn this time. I possibly should have gone for my unknown signal just then and seen if I could get myself... In fact, I probably still should. What am I doing? So that could buy me a lot of time if I can get that battery. Price is Right style, closest to actual death toll without going over. Thanks a lot, Pendragon. Thank you for the tier 2 for 11 months. Thank you very much. And thank you, Astra Zagavan. Thank you for 30 months. There's a lot of big numbers today. The space signals have a chance to have an oxygen bottle in inventory. I don't actually recall seeing any unknown signals with bottles. That doesn't mean they aren't there, I just don't recall it. Has anyone in chat seen that? Because I don't... Yeah. Jebens, I think if you want to stop the unknown signals from exploding on you, you need to click the button. Although they've also... I think you've also got to claim the PCU now. I just had to lean into my screen to see that I think the red to the right of the alien planet is Titan. I don't think it's a ship, even though it looks redder than Titan should look, but it could just be the angle of the sun on it. Surprised I haven't seen any spawn. Oh. I wonder if I've run into a bit of a problem, because I didn't restart the save, I just respawned. Wonder if that's going to mess with the spawns that appear. If they're not deleting themselves properly. Could be. Now I'm going to try something with this unknown signal. I'm going to see if I can... One, I've got to see if it's got 10 interior plate on it, because if it doesn't, I can't make a seat anyway. But if I can, I have an idea of how I could use it to potentially get to the moon. If it's got enough power, and if I've got enough oxygen. But I should be able to bump it with my jetpack and push it and then sit on the seat. And keep power. Have I seen any of the stuff for the next update? Yes. Am I going to talk about it? No. For reasons. Good reasons. But they are reasons. Yeah, that's using your head. Exactly. I think the last time, and possibly the only time in a video I've actually used the fact that you can use your jetpack to push small grids, was when Capac and I were doing our own version of starting Escape from Mars and used that as a way to get our lander ship down to Mars. That was close. Oh. Oh. There is no interior plate on that. Oh, wait, no. There's the... I should not have bumped that yet. That was an accident. I didn't mean to. Yay, an enhanced drill and a bunch of space credits. Let's take what I can from the small cargo container anyway. Probably shouldn't use my power for this, but just in case I get another unknown signal before I die. Oh. Or mining transport. Okay. Okay, that's another option for the start that I was curious if I could make work. Piracy. So, this is one thing I wanted to discuss with this. There are, I think, a few different ways to start with just your suit. There is find a spawn, one of the random spawns like I did in the video, where it's really easy to get started because they're passive. Attempt to go after one of the hostile spawns and see if you can manage to actually get to it without getting shot. Private sale, mining transport. Ooh. Go up. Okay, let me just... I'm gonna go after the mining transport and continue my thought, rather than getting distracted midway through a sentence. So, you can start out by going after those signals that sometimes pop up. You could try and find a trade station before you run out of power. You can try and go down to the planet so that you've got longer to find a trade station, because if you get down to Earth-like in the right parts of it and don't get storms, you should be able to survive with no power until you find a base to then get power, but that's going to be potentially days of walking and maybe never finding one. And I mean real-world days of walking. Then there's go after one of these guys and see if you can capture one of them without annoying them so much that it's all deadly. And then I'm not sure what other options there are. Oh. So. What's this guy got? We got our cockpit there. Got 2 guns on the outside, 1 on each side. One of which can be easily detached by grinding down the cargo container. Where's the intended entry on this thing? Yeah. We've got a door which is access denied. Okay. And we got a reactor on this, so power's unlikely to be a problem if I can capture it. So I suppose I go through here. Hack this.
Energy low.
Hopefully hack it before I run out of power. Do. And of course I forget progression again. What do I need to make to get this? It's just a landing gear. Oh no, don't do that. Don't be like her. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Just trying to get it so it would lock down. There we go. Should be able to make this now. And that's why I left progression on, because fun. Okay. Claim NPC grid. Okay. Now it won't delete itself. That doesn't mean I own it. I still have to hack the whole thing. But I've now got power, a refinery, cargo container, and everything, assuming I don't die. Ooh, is there anything on this that has silver in it? Thought I saw a laser antenna on this. Periscopes. Oh no, that was on the other thing that killed me. That was where that laser antenna was. It's just a beacon on this one. Can I turn this off? No. Okay, so I've got to try and not die while hacking this thing. Check the cargo as well. Don't think I can yet, because I haven't hacked it. Don't tell me there's an interior... Oh, there's an interior turret in there. Okay. This is going to get tricky. This is going to get really tricky. So I've got 3 turrets. That interior turret and the 2 Gatlings. Now I should be okay to go out here. Pop down on that interior turret. I can find where it would be, which is, I think, under that ion thruster, which I will detach if I do that. So let's... That thruster's gonna burn that. How can I get some cargo so I can grind some of these thrusters off and stop this thing from jerking around all over the place? If I do this and hack this one... Can I build cargo containers? Yes. Yeah, they might not be hostile yet, but I'm not sure I can risk checking. I've only got the 1 life, and the turrets kill you really quickly. Oh, well. That was the thing. Whoops. I gotta try and take this thing over fairly quickly too. I do actually still have a time limit, because I've still got oxygen to worry about, and I don't think there's any oxygen on this thing. I have platinum and uranium. Ores. And some Gatling ammo. Although this Gatling's not shooting at me, so... Guess I'm okay. I guess you're right. I can just hack it. Oh, right. Unknown technology. Sure. Get rid of the other Gatling. No, Gatlings shoot players. Gatlings very much shoot players. The ones that only shoot ships are assault cannons and above. Everything below that will automatically be set to target players. Okay. So the turrets are actually a really easy problem to solve. Because I'm not yet hostile with CLCG. What's in the... Anything in the lockers? Maybe there's an oxygen bottle in one of these. I doubt it, though. What? Locker's an unknown technology. What the heck is locker locked behind? Interior wall. Okay. There we go. Lockers are empty. Alright. I need to get control of this. Which... I wonder... Do I have enough? No. Alright, I gotta hack all these thrusters, or at least a few of them. And start trying to get full control of this ship before I run out of oxygen. I'm down to 35%. Though, if I can get control of this... And... Oh. What do I need for ion thrusters? What? I built a... Huh? I built the flight seat. Why did that not unlock the thing? This should have unlocked thrusters. Weird. Oh, worked this time. Now I can rebuild it. Oh yeah, is there a remote on this? That's a good point. There is. Where are you? Where are you? Remote control? There you are. Think I should now have control. Yep. Alright, so. I have a couple of options now. I can search for ice on an asteroid. I can fly to the moon and hope I get there with 28 oxygen remaining, or I can fly to Earth-like and hope I can crash this thing while keeping enough of it intact that I can survive from it. What do you guys reckon I should do? Hope I find ice, hope I get to the moon, or crash and hope I survive. I don't even know if I can get to Earth-like with how much oxygen I have remaining. I've got 28 left in my suit. I feel like crash is the most likely. Oxygen farm? Ooh, I could try oxygen farming. That is a different approach, but crashing is kind of fun. But I have an idea. Which way to go? And we'll save as, and we'll start with O2 farm. So we can roll back to this and see if a different option would have worked. Alright. So, oxygen farm. What do I need for oxygen farm? I'm curious to see if that can make me survive for long enough. I've already got an oxygen farm. Cool. Do I have the ability to make a bottle here? There's no assembler on here. Okay, but we've got a refinery so I can make an assembler. I can make a bottle. I also need to make a tank. Okay. My G menu is very confused right now. Where are conveyors? Oh, whatever. That'll work. Okay, which one? Thanks, Canada. Thank you for 27 months. And thank you, Dr. Liddy, for 6 months. Have you anything that will fill your bottle from the farm, or does the farm fill bottles? The farm does not fill bottles, but the farm... If I can get the farm, hopefully I can get an oxygen tank made. Actually, that's not a good idea. This is a better idea. Although, my oxygen is now down to 21, and I've been slow. 15 bulletproof glass, 20 large steel tubes, and 5 computers. Do these have glass in them? Yes. So just need the large steel tubes now. Binary? Yes. Or a couple of thrusters. Or piston part. And a couple of thrusters. Oh, where's that? Where's the one I just started grinding down? $17 oxygen remaining. I feel like this might not have been the plan to go with. But the way that Capac and TFE sort of made this path work made me very curious as to whether it was possible. I've got 2 gyros. I don't need 2 gyros. Give me these 5.
Inventory.
Yes,
full.
grinding returns all of resources except for power cells in batteries. Alright, we have an O2 farm. Let's get it in full sun. Let's just check. Whoops. No, doesn't have an inventory. I was correct. Basically in full sun right now. So I need to get an O2 tank now. Which, thanks to it being large grid, is going to be more expensive. Do I have hinges yet? No. Is there an air vent? So I'm not even sure that this is actually airtight, this space in here. What do I need to unlock a hinge? Make a battery. That requires making a power cell, which is going to take more time. So I need to make an assembler. Okay. Do that. A cockpit would be better. Yes, good point. Good point. Cockpit can buy me the time. Thank you. That is a very good suggestion. I don't think a single O2 farm is enough to keep me permanently alive, but it might be enough to buy me more time to get more farms to keep me alive. Hey, Climb. Yeah, that suit only can be fun. Absolutely. Okay, so the farm's in full sun. Oxygen output 1.75 liters per minute. So hopefully the cockpit will start filling from it. I should now try and make myself more farms. And see if I can get a couple of them made before I run out. See if I can fill that cockpit. So I can fill that cockpit with air, and I can refill my suit, but I've got 5 oxygen remaining. This is not going to work. Steel plates, 60 bulletproof glass. Small steel tubes. Got conveyors I can steal from somewhere, surely. Where do these go? Is that anything useful? No. Let's get this connector off. The cockpit does not need the glass to be functional, no. Three oxygen remaining. Now the part of me that realizes there was another alternative plan. Not to look for ice, but instead to look for silver and make myself a survival kit. That would have been another option. We need bulletproof glass and we need large steel tubes. Alright, let's see if there's enough bulletproof glass in the rest of these. It's 10. Another 10. 5. There's more out here.
Inventory full.
This is the 3rd attempt. So apparently my video I did get very lucky. Which I kind of thought I did. Oh, there's paint. Now I think what I'm best off to do here is... Huh. Why am I no longer dying? I've got 1 oxygen in my suit. But there's not enough oxygen in the cockpit for me to heal. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm so dead. I'm so dead.
Inventory full.
There's no way this is working out.
Health low.
I'm getting fractions of an O2. No.
Your health is critical.
No, I'm so dead. Oh! 9. Oh. Yeah, let's see. If I wait in the cockpit, does it increase to more than 1? Am I somehow getting lucky and I'm producing more oxygen than I'm using? I don't think I am. But we'll find out soon, because it'll drop to 0 if I'm not. But if it goes up to 2, then I can hopefully get out there and try and get the other oxygen farm built. Oh, it's going up to 2! It is going up! Two is enough for an engineer while I'm in the pilot seat. I can still pilot the ship, yes. So I could now attempt to do the crash into the planet thing. Is there an ore detector on this? No. I can't really fly by a planet. I meant fly by asteroids. I think there is some reduction in oxygen usage while seated, yes. Alright. 3 hours later you'll be fully healed, yeah. kind of think I'll wait till 4 and then I'm going to try and get that second oxygen farm built, because if I can get twice the oxygen, then great. I can't rebuild a turret yet. I need to build more stuff to unlock turrets. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for 5. Hey, Takari, thank you for 16 months. Come on, 5. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And then I should try and get back into the cockpit before it drops to 1. Okay, more bulletproof glass and large steel tubes. So now I have time on my side. Or any more bulletproof glass? Oh no, don't tell me I'm out now. I think I'm out. 3. Oh, I'm 3 short. Did I put any in the cockpit by accident? No. The roof over the chair. Yes, thank you. Alright, let's let my oxygen build up a tiny bit again. Actually, you know what? Let's just take the chance on this. I'm so close to that being done. Actually, I've got an extra 26 in this now. Large steel tubes. That I will wait for. So which directional thrusts have I got the most of? I've got 2 left, 3 forward, 3 right, 1 reverse. No, 3 reverse. Okay. 3 down. So any that have 3 I can probably get rid of a thruster from to get the large steel tubes. Then I should definitely try and get myself some get an assembler built. In fact, is there anything else on this that has large steel tubes that I know of? I know the spotlights do. I know the refinery does, but I'm just kind of, for the moment, thinking that having a fully built refinery is worth holding on to. Alright. Dodgy dad joke has requested. 9 out of 10 zoo dentists refuse to work on a grizzly unless it's been given a strong anesthetic. That's because there's safety in numb bears. Piston part on the unfinished container. Oh, that one, yeah. It's not built, that one, or is that the one I ground down already? That might be the one I already ground down part of, but I'll check it. Up to 4.
Your health is critical.
Yes, thank you, suit lady. I'm aware my health is critical. No, no large steel tubes in that. So it's going to have to be rusters.
Inventory full.
3. Get rid of the stuff in my inventory. Grab the other 2. 2 oxygen. Come on, come on, come on.
Inventory full.
2 oxygen. 4 steel tubes remaining. Ah. 1. Nope, not risking it. Get back in. That's too close. Thanks, Cyberkeith. Thank you for lucky 13 months. The antenna. Oh yeah, the antenna has large steel tubes, but then but with the antenna I've got to get through, I think. I have to get through all of the antenna components first, and that requires flying all the way around and back and around and back and around and back. I'll check though. Now I have no left thrust? Yeah, but I can fix that. I can build the thrusters. I just wanted to get the O2 farm built as quick as possible, because the quicker I get that built, the less time I have to spend in this seat. I need to make sure I'm keeping this thing tracked to the sun. Now, once I've got O2, then I can, especially with a ship this big, very quickly get to everything fully built. Is 2 enough for me to give this a go? Let's check. Yeah, I'd have to get rid of all the radio communication components first. There we go. Double the oxygen farms. Although that one's complaining about not being full sun. There we go. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Chibi, the goal in this was to find out whether I was lucky. Which I suppose I've already achieved. Yes, I was lucky, but also to determine whether there are other paths for us to take if you do a suit-only start. One thing that was brought up in the comments of that suit-only start video that I did was some people defining suit-only as literally in your suit only, no tools. And I might have a look at that, but I think with that... Actually, I'm curious whether you guys can think of any alternative solutions here. I believe with a suit-only start where you literally start with no tools, the only option you have is to find a nearby base, a trading station. If you don't start on a trading station, it's luck in finding one, which is pain. Because you can't do signals because you need a grinder to get into them. I think although sometimes the signals do let you access their cargo containers without grinding into it, but realistically, that's even more RNG dependent than finding a trade station. So I kind of started thinking that would be a trade-only start, which could be its own fun. Not gonna lie. And exactly, Joe, that's kind of my feeling on it. If you're entirely dependent on RNG and luck, it's not a challenge, it's luck. So in that instance, I'd probably just get a save, load in with a spawn pod, delete the spawn pod and use its GPS for the trade station and get there. But trade for what? You buy the tools. In which case you're just starting with the tools anyway, and you're starting on a trade station, so what's the difference? You just end up starting with a little bit less money. So to me, the starting without tools isn't really a challenge, it's just a different thing.
Health critical.
Hey, cool. Thanks for the prime sub. Without tools, will be 100% station. With unknown signals, tend to spawn far away and few and far between. Exactly. There's 15 minutes between them. But my oxygen is now up to 29. I was kind of thinking I should probably now start trying to make this basic assembler. I'm gonna unlock some stuff. What are the criteria for healing? High oxygen. And while my suit is empty, I won't get to high oxygen inside the cockpit. So basically, oh, why am I doing that? Why am I covering up my cargo access? Let's go here. So basically, I need to fill my suit up, and then I can fill the cockpit up, and at that point I should start healing. Yeah, Chris, I agree. No tools does sound more pain than actual challenge. It just sounds like realistically the best way to play it is to actually get rid of the no tools start bit and just do an economy start instead. I don't think I'm missing anything particularly notable from that, from doing that as a start. There's 10 computers there. How many computers do you have? 20. How many computers do you have? 25. I've got batteries and the reactors. Reactor. So I could take the batteries computers to make the assembler. Though let's just see what other ones I can collect before I do that. So I do need 80 of them, so we're gonna have to collect from a few things. That's those were. Anything else with computers in here? No. Should check what's in the other cargo container. See whether I've gotten lucky and there are computers in there. I mean, the door has a couple of computers in it, doesn't it? Although the door's not a great one to grind if you want to keep your standings up. Okay. Where's that? Thank you. There it is. So I need another 59 computers. We've got 10 in here. Yeah. The batteries, I could possibly get some of the computers out without breaking them. The other thing is, do I need to care about breaking the batteries, or could I just break them and not worry? And just grab their computers? Because I could probably just break them and not care. It's not like I'm playing Scrapyard where I don't have access to building the power cells eventually. I do. And once I get the assembler up, I can rebuild them. So, yeah, I think the battery's probably the way to go. See how much oxygen I've got. Back to 16. I definitely use more oxygen when I'm not in the cockpit. I suppose I should check how much uranium I've got. Although I have to hack the reactor to find out, and to do that, I'm going to need to build the assembler and refinery, so can't do that. Let's see how many computers I can get out, and how many power cells I destroy. Gentle. 1. Yeah, not bad. 56 computers. So if I do one more, I should be there.
Health critical.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, lady. I'm aware. My health is critical. There we go. Basic assembler made. Now, I can actually do a few things. So, inventory-wise, what have we got? We've got some radio communication components, and that's probably the main thing that I can break down that I don't need. Maybe the ammo, but the ammo doesn't... ammo gives me some nickel. That could be worth it. Break these for the iron and the silicon. Yep, all of the guns are ground down and deactivated, so that's fine. That's not going to be a worry. I could break down the girders too. That's true. Is the number 2 after the basic assembler meaningful in any way? No, not in this instance. The reason it's number 2 is because I placed one, decided I didn't like that spot, and that one was named basic assembler. I removed it, placed the second one on the grid, which is the one that's there, and it gets the number 2. Because the grid remembers whether you've previously placed an assembler on it or a block on it, rather than just numbering them based on how many are present on the grid at the time. And yeah, I could mine a little stone now. That's true. Let's go to an asteroid. What's nearby? That one looks nearest. Uh-oh. That's not good. CLCG assailant. That's very not good. Let's move away from that. I definitely need to move away from that. Okay. Have we disassembled all the things? Yes. Let's disassemble the ammo. I might regret that. Should just go towards the asteroid. That's what I should do. Stone will solve a lot of these problems. Ah, don't worry. Missing a single direction of thrust is no biggie for me. I'm used to that. I can also go out here and fix it. It always amuses me just how much, mostly TFE, it struggles with missing a direction of thrust. There we go. Now have thrust in all directions. Don't know why that isn't on, but I'm sure it'll work. Yeah, there we go. Excellent. Yeah, the less O2 while seated makes sense. I think you use even... Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Inventory.
It moved! It moved! The bad guy moved! I'm the bad guy, I know. But the enemy moved.
Critical.
It's now only 1.9 k's away. Am I gonna get killed? Is that how this is gonna end? Am I gonna get shot up? Is this whole ship gonna get destroyed? I might be able to build turrets now, actually. Probably should repair them. But I don't know if... Oh, I've got enough to repair the one. Because one of them was fully intact. But I kind of wanted to save those grids so that I can make a proper assembler with it. Refinery. I need to hack this. It's going to make him unhappy with me. It's going to be a time-consuming hack. I mean, I do have a way to properly escape the assailant if it comes after me. Because I'm extremely doubtful that it can handle planetary atmospheres. Or planetary gravity, even. So I could try and crash onto Earth-like if I start getting chased. And I've just got to hope that I can flip myself upside down and land on the thruster bits at the top. Have them destroyed and keep all the important stuff intact. Now, annoyingly, I'm in the shade, which is bad for my oxygen supply. Let's move out this way. Okay. I was trying to move to the far side of the asteroid from the assailant. That's what I was doing. There we go. Let's get some stone. Oh, I'll be glad for this red tinge to be gone from my vision once my healing starts.
Inventory full.
Refinery, let's get you.
Inventory full.
Oh. Basic refinery, let's get you. I think I actually do have to get the basic refinery, get the proper one. Yeah. Oops. We got a step. There we go. Easy enough. Easy enough. What, you don't like Capac Vision? No, I'm not a big fan of Capac Vision. Although I'd have to have about 20,000 more HUD markers for it to be his. Yeah, true, I probably didn't need to pipe this up. Although... now I should be able to repair the other one. There we go. Is it actually piped up, is the question. Yes, it is. It is piped. Cool. Assembler, move this stuff across. Get rid of this. Now that's not great. I build blocks on this and I lose CLCG standing as a result. Oh! Oh, that's what you should do. There's a much better way of approaching this. Instead of hacking this whole thing, hack just enough to get control of it so it won't move, and then attach to it your own grid via this connector. And then you'll have your own grid that you own that is connected to a hacked connector. That should work, and that should allow you to then just build everything fresh yourself and not worry about continuously messing with your standings. There might be a way to get around it. Might work.
Health
I
critical.
feel like there is something about that that doesn't work, though. Part of that I'm forgetting, I think. Right. So, I've got an assembler, I've got a refinery. Should go and upgrade to a proper assembler, that's what I should do. Upgrade to proper assembler, and then with that, I will go build myself some... an ore detector. Get that going. So it's displays, motors, and computers. That's pretty easy. Is there a way to restore reputation? Yeah, killing their enemies is tough, though. It's pretty hard to fix your standings. Because at that point, you are their enemy. Yeah, Trax, I don't think you can shoot yourself to gain standings back. Much as the concept of that amuses me. Right, so I need to drill some more stone to get some more nickel.
Inventory.
Yeah,
full.
fighting space pirates, I agree. I think that should increase your standings against every other faction. Why am I using my bad drill? I've got a decent drill. I don't actually know how much of a difference it makes using a better drill, but whatever.
Inventory full.
Oh yeah, true, I could have ground out a landing gear for the motors. Also this option. Ta-da! Not gonna lie, there is a part of me that's kind of enjoying the fact that I am worsening my standings with these guys consistently. I am kind of enjoying that that's putting some extra potential risks here. I think what I should do now is build a drill. Because it's just going to make things easier. And I figure it's going to be a lot quicker. O2 tank, not yet, because I still don't even have enough oxygen to fill the cockpit, so there's not much point building an O2 tank until I can fill the cockpit. Yes, true. I could build an elite hand drill. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Click the wrong button. Click the wrong button. I think I broke my chat. When do you I think the question was asked, when do you consider this mission a success? The success point for something like this is getting a survival kit. Now, I don't think I have anything in my inventory that has silver in it. I've got platinum, I've got uranium, I've got more platinum, I've got more gold, but none of this has silver. So I've got to go find a source of silver somewhere. Help if I turned the refinery on, wouldn't it? That would help. But yeah, I don't have a source of silver anywhere. No, thrusters have gold, not silver. Gold and cobalt. And platinum.
Health critical.
So I'm thinking the way I'm thinking right now is get the drill built, which will then allow me to get more oxygen farms built, and then allow me to get oxygen quick enough that I can fill up an oxygen tank, make some bottles, and then oxygen's then not a problem, and I can figure out the other problems after that. Then I can figure out this silver once I've got my health back. True, the small reactor might have enough. In fact, it almost certainly does, but that feels weird. That feels like I'm rushing the end faster than I intended to. I don't know, something feels off about that, doing it that way. If I was literally just shooting for that, then yeah. It's not cheaty. I don't think it's cheaty in any way. It's feeling... It feels weird. I think because I'm having fun. And it feels like an instant way to end it. Narratively unsatisfying. Yeah, there we go. That's probably it. And it doesn't... actually, I know what it is. It is narratively unsatisfying because if I do things that way, I've created a situation where I probably would run out of oxygen and have to respawn. So it feels like having to respawn before I've gotten to a point of safe resources feels a bit wrong. It's well within the realms of what I set myself as a challenge, but it just feels odd. Now, how much stone have I got? 100,000. That was totally worth doing. Let's move you to the back of the queue, and you to the back of the queue. And we'll get the stone refined. Yeah. You'd run out of O2 and respawn, but then potentially run out of power eventually, unless you got the solar panels and other power sources up first. Now, I'll just get a bit more stone, just so that I've definitely got enough to work on. And then I'm going to build an ore detector. And then more O2 farms. Yeah, stable survival, not another dying pod, exactly. And I feel like stable survival is the case that you're in when you've got a reactor that's got a decent amount of fuel in it. Because you've got plenty of time to then go and find more uranium. And I've got 2 fully charged large batteries, and I could very easily repair the remaining 2. Okay, let's do that first. Power cells. There we go. There was something else that I've been considering doing as a more heavily defined speedrun thing, because I've recently... I don't know why. I remember after I finished the previous one, I was like, no, I don't want to do this again, it's exhausting. But now I kind of want to do it again. Like, the race to Mars was fun and exhausting. There's a part of me that wants to do an Alien to Earth challenge. But for that, I kind of want to do it as a more, this is where you spawn, this is how you start, and the goal is to get to the other end without using clang drives. Because unfortunately, while I felt very proud of my 3 hours from Earth-like to Mars, if you use a door and a piston, you can get there in about half an hour. Which is cool, but also sad. Then there was another challenge which someone suggested, which I think could be fun. So I got a few different things I want to do, but I think I'll do some of those as videos rather than streams. What's going on? Why is refinery... It's just slow. Getting silicon. Okay. Probably shouldn't have gone for the oxygen farm first. Should have gone for the other thing. Oh, I can actually stop the bulletproof glass from being made. Don't need more silicon. Let's just get the tubes. Yay, another 50% oxygen supply. Takes me a little while to wind up, it seems. I think if I get one more, I should have enough oxygen that it'll be accumulating even when I'm out using my suit. Although, I think if I sit here just a little while, we might be able to get rid of the red tinge. So I'm tempted to just do that, because it's not actually that long. Playing drives and gravity drives are, to me, against the spirit of how I like to play the game. But they're still an expression of ingenuity and engineering, so I don't think they're necessarily against the spirit of the game itself. While I don't use them and I'm not a fan of them, I don't think it's fair to paint them as all bad. Because there is some ingenuity there. There's some very clever uses of game mechanics to try and come up with ways to make them work that are valid in their own right. Let's get fourth one. All those parts are manufacturing. Let's hop in the cockpit, see if I can get my health back. Joe, I think seeing the faction standing thing as space magic is kind of a concession to gameplay. If you had to be only within antenna range of a ship, like if things only had to have a functional antenna for you to lose standings, then the amount of cheese that could be applied to that, I think would be bad from a gameplay perspective. Oh, true, I am slowly running out of hydrogen. That is a good point. I will need to find ice, or be forever stuck inside my ship. Thanks, 360 Star Killer. Thank you for 9 months. But I also don't think that the faction system working that way is a bug. That is 100% going to be an intended function. I do the same with the ACS mod. The assert faction knows and can do stuff beyond just simple antenna and radar, antenna and beacon range, because if it didn't, it would actually be a worse experience for the player. So I made that deliberate choice to ignore those things because it was, I thought, better. Yeah, cool. Or oxygen farms. Ore detectors next. Let's whack this over here. Now I gotta find ice. If I can find ice, I can make an O2H2 gen, and then all this become... Oh, then these farms become completely pointless. Though I should probably make a... Do I need to make a tank? I probably need to make a tank. For the oxygen... For the cockpit to be able to fill up enough. To heal me, Do I? Maybe I do. Wouldn't surprise me if that's needed. Alright, we have an ore detector. Set it to full range. Nothing. Then I should rebuild that turret. Although I've built the assembler, so I don't have enough cobalt, so I'm going to have to find some before I can rebuild it. Unless I break down some of the thruster components. Which is probably a better idea. Let's break down some of them. Break down enough that's just one thruster I'm breaking down. That's a decent supply of cobalt after that. More farm? I think more farm. I'm gonna move this drill and put it on the front of the ship as well. It's awkward controlling it from the back. Make the things for me, please. Yeah, Demon X, I think you're right. If you look at the way that NPCs are in Space Engineers, there's never enough on screen that they could be telling each other what's going on. So if you remove if they have to be able to transmit it to be able to send the negative faction standings, you're effectively getting rid of negative faction standings. And as long as Space Engineers can't handle having tons and tons of NPCs around all the time, I don't see that changing. Snarky sounds with Capac's voice, that would be snacky sounds. Oh, no. So a Capac voice mod would just be the most awful ASMR experience you could imagine. It'd just be him eating and then his chair creaking. That's what it'd be.
Your health is critical.
And I say this as someone for whom ASMR is just like the worst thing ever. It's just no. I'll get these farms made. Then I'll get a tank made. In fact, I might be able to make the tank quicker. Realize it doesn't matter which one's up front, but I still get the parts for a tank first. There we go. What angle do I need to be at? I'm half tempted to go searching for resources, but then I realize that if I do that, I'm going to run out of oxygen. Because I'll end up not remembering to keep my oxygen farms aligned to the sun. I really want to get a buffer before I go out searching for stuff. I'm aware that ASMR isn't just horrible nails on chalkboard mouth sounds, but there's honestly so much of that that it's what always comes to mind. I think I've told this story before, but I was on a flight, and the ad that was playing before every episode of the show I was watching was for this financial services company, and I swear the guy doing the voiceover must have been so hungover when he did it, because his mouth was so dry you could hear every single thing move, and it was just ugh. I had to take my headphones off every time the ad came off because I was just like, no, I don't want to listen to this again. Alright, just need the glass. Might be able to get from the others. Yep, there we go. No, Joey, it's not like saying you don't like books because you've seen bad ones. It's more like saying you don't like American TV because you've seen a lot of it. It's more pervasive than just a couple of bad eggs. Yay! I have health! I have no red on my screen! What's the oxygen in the tank doing? It is at 9 liters. $10 liters. That's going up while I'm seated in the cockpit. this is what I remember being about what you wanted to have for regular use was 6 oxygen farms, but that I was never sure whether that calculation was based on the engineer doing stuff or sunlight only being on the farms for half of the day. Because I think most of the times when I've calculated stuff related to oxygen farms, it's been for the vanilla servers where things are up 24/7. And you can't have the oxygen tracking. 13 liters. This is going to be slow. I believe the suit holds 20 liters from what back in TFE were complaining about when in AA. So that's the most recent experience I've had with it. Right, so with a full suit and health back, I should be able to now do some searching. See if we can find some silicon or some ice, so I can make some more. In fact, is the refinery done? It is. Might rebuild that drill. Up on the front this time and get some more stone so that I can maybe make the stuff for the for some more farms while I'm waiting. We grind this off. Has no function for me. Oh! I'm not getting standings hit. I must have finally taken over the ship. Yay! It's finally mine. Try this with modded enemies, but what modded enemies would you actually play with in this sort of setup? Like, the majority of NPC combat mods out there are not designed with any... Actually, let's be brutal about it. The majority of NPC enemies out there are, intentionally or not, balanced with shields. Thank you, Charlie. That was some good highlighting there. Shields in mind. And so that always makes me sad. But that's why I made my own. Because if there aren't mods that you like, just make your own. The way I've set up ACS though, it wouldn't really change the outcome of something like this. You'd just avoid them, which doesn't do anything. So it doesn't actually have any impact here. If you added Reavers, you'd just die as soon as they found you, or you'd end up hiding, again, just avoiding them. Any mod that directly attacks you, you'd just die. So I just don't... Unfortunately, a lot of them just don't change the outcome. Yeah, I have an ore detector, which I think I set to maximum range. Yep. There are just no ores on this asteroid that I can see anyway. There may be some on this asteroid, but I can't see them. I was going to grab this stone and then go over to that group asteroids over there, because I've had better luck finding them on those sorts of ones, because they're smaller. Each asteroid. Yes, Reavers are a pain in the arboretum. Check the little blob on my way out. Suit only on a planet is realistically a trade only start. Suit only in space, you've got other alternatives. I suppose you could do suit only on a planet with ACS, and then it becomes a can I manage to get into one of these bases and capture it without dying? So it effectively becomes like suit only in space, but with the goal being to take over a Mayday signal. One that has guns. Yeah, Danny, I completely agree. It'd be delightful if some of the stuff that people are looking at into game-based AIs was better at scaling difficulty. Scaling it to the player. Seeing what the player... basically, applying YouTube algorithm type stuff to gameplay. The amount of personal gameplay data that would have to go back to the developers for them to make such a model work might be a bit of a privacy concern for a lot of people, I suspect. Because that's, I think, the only way I can see it working. Because basically, what I think some of us want when we talk about this stuff is an AI that convinces us to just keep playing the game because it keeps it fun. I think I see some nickel to my right on this asteroid. Because, yeah, something that's establishing the right difficulty curve for each player. It attacks you, it hurts you, it sees... But then it needs some way to see what your mood is at that point in time. Whether you're defiant or whether you're despondent. And I don't know how it would do that. Because a defiant player liked that challenge and just needs time to build back up again. A despondent player needs to be left alone for a lot longer. And that's kind of why, for a number of my series, I've asked people to help out as playing the NPCs, because a real human playing as a game master or dungeon master can do that. They can read the player's mood and change their behavior accordingly. Yep, I see Cobalt to my left, so I'm going over there. And I think Space Engineers is a fairly solid game for being a GM. Yeah, Lo, and then the accidents can happen where entire front halves of rovers are exploded with a single shot. That's true. But you take the wins with the losses. Bad things can happen, but that doesn't mean it's all bad. Yeah, I'm very fortunate to have a group of people I can trust to give them complete creative mode control in my game and know that it will still work out okay. and not have to set them specific things. In Wrong Way Up, because that was kind of our first test of that system, I did give very restrictive limits on what they could do. Because I just didn't want to create a situation where any of them felt so guilty because they broke something. So I just set very clear goals, but these days I don't set anything. I just let them do their thing. Which is incredibly awesome. I mean, if we can get algorithms that can manage to pick human emotions reliably in some means, I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that would really, really like to have that as just a little assistant in their day-to-day lives. That would have utility well beyond games. Yes, personal Jarvis. Refinery. It's got stone in it. We got a lot of stone, bit of cobalt, bit of nickel. Let's put a bit of cobalt in to get refined. A bit of nickel as well. Don't want to do a huge amount, but some's good. So, it's hunt for silver, or hunt for a grid I can get silver from. I think my best goal is actually to head to the moon. If I head moonward, I'm guaranteed to find silver on the surface. And that's going to be a lot quicker than... That's potentially going to be more quicker than going for a chance at silver in asteroids along the way. And yeah, if I go towards the polar region on the moon, I've got ice as well. Guaranteed. Hey, Ravi. Do I have enough thrust even for the moon? Probably not, no. Probably not. But what I do have, if I just keep coasting towards the moon, is the ability now to rebuild my turret. So I've got a camera to look at asteroids with. And see if there's any silver that I spot along the way. Alright, control. Is this when I turn up? Oh, hang on. Where's the sun at? There we go. That's better. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So yellow reactor means the reactor has no uranium left. I have 17 hours of power. That's still fine. But if the reactor's empty, I could use its silver. Don't see anything on that asteroid. What about this one? That might be silver on the edge there, or it could just be weird shadow effect. That's going to be the trouble with silver, it's not going to show up particularly strongly. Ah. It's a long way to the moon. I think it's going to take me like an hour to get there. I'm going to go and check some of the asteroids. Which one? That one. These ones. Sunlight ones. Yeah, ice would be good since my hydrogen is down to 44. Yeah, I need to capture the reactor. That might be why it's not pulling uranium. How much uranium do I have in my inventory? 4.39, so I don't have a lot anyway. Well, that's not helpful. Just gonna use the cockpit to help me point. Okay, can I make a reactor? Yes, I can. So now I can capture it. Should see what else is on board that I haven't yet hacked. There we go, reactor has the uranium again. The two batteries I haven't hacked yet. Connector I haven't hacked yet. The gyros I haven't hacked yet. Radio spectrometry mod would be nice about right now. Or words to that effect. Yes, it would. Radio spectrometry is honestly... I've been trying to think about a way that you could apply that to the vanilla game and actually get keen to add a similar feature, because the searching asteroids with your ship minigame is... It has a lot of downtime. Has a huge amount of downtime, so whether it's... So I feel like there's needs to be something to minimize that downtime. Whether that's making it so that you can send out probes to asteroids so that you can search multiple at a time and you have to construct a probe that works. If that was a thing we could do, I think that would probably be a great vanilla solution. So... we can currently build our own little AI drones, but I don't think we can do anything with an event controller related to an ore detector picking up a specific ore. So I think being able to have that as a thing, where you can send out probes to pick up particular ores and then broadcast, that would be a much better system. But then you do have the problems although Ada, I'm saying they'd only work within visual range, so you'd still be sending them to an asteroid you know exists. Because yes, you need a player to spawn in asteroids. Asteroids do not spawn just everywhere. They only spawn where the player is. Which is why I had to use one of my alt accounts to get asteroids to spawn in on Survival Impossible when I sent my remote controlled ship to space. I am going to overshoot a fair bit. we've got silicon. I think this has silicon and iron, this asteroid. I saw a red splotch. Yep, this is 100% vanilla except for two sort of settings altering mods, I would say, which is sneaky sounds so that the drills aren't insanely loud, and clean and vibrant post-processing, which means we get rid of the chromatic aberration nonsense. Alright, I think this probably isn't going to be worth searching further. It's just iron and silicon. I don't really need either. How much iron do I have? Yeah, I don't need it. Silicon maybe if I wanted to get more O2 farms, but I've got enough now that... Let's check my tank. Oops. 29 liters. It's slowly going up. I'll grab some. Grab some iron. I'm here. It's right in front of me. It's that part of my brain that's like, you always end up running out of iron, just collect some. And there's the other part of my brain that's like, the reason you run out of iron is because you build big things. Are you expecting to build a big thing here? No, I'm not expecting to, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to. Although, if I'm going to be making a long journey to the moon, I should probably start making this thing look good. Rather than just being a ramshackle thing I've added grey blocks to. But then I worry I'll run out of hydrogen. Hello. Silicon looks like it's deep in the asteroid, so I'm going to ignore it. And let's move on to... Oh! That's another option. I can go down to the planet. I can go down to Earth. Yeah. Parachutes. I definitely want to land on an ice lake, and I think that's one just there. Yeah. Check out some asteroids along the way, and if we get silver, great. But otherwise, yeah, I'm heading down. The heck. Why not? More iron, and that might be uranium. Could be silicon again, though. Well, that's worth checking out then. Yes, it would effectively be an airdrop base, that is true. But it means I no longer would need the oxygen farms. So, there's a bonus there. Okay, so, if I want to make this thing a bit tidier. Where would I put the oxygen farms? I think going up along the side here where these thrusters are. Maybe off the back on either side. Yeah, maybe along the sides. Make sure I'm not out of the cockpit when I need to be back in. Two parachutes would be plenty for this. This is not that heavy. Let's see if this is uranium here, because that'll be nice. It is. It'll be sorted for power. Iron, and it's silicon. Well. Yeah, the mass is 600,000 kilos. That's not that much. A large grid. Though, I will point out that it is harder to balance 2 than it is to balance 4 parachutes in a way that it'll actually land in the orientation you're expecting. So there are advantages to more parachutes, even if you don't need them from a mass perspective. Because parachutes care about center of mass. Oh. Huh. So, I just had a thought about wing mods and aerodynamics mods. So at the moment we've got the old wing mods, which are basically thrusters that apply thrust dependent on the atmospheric density and the speed that the vehicle is moving at. And then we've got the full Drago's aerodynamics mod that tries to create lift and drag with various blocks. It makes me wonder if somewhere in between those two could be a fun compromise. But instead of the thrust always being applied at the center of mass, the thrust gets applied the same way that thrust gets applied with the parachutes, so center of mass matters. So you have to make your wings balanced, but you don't have to make your whole thing drag and lift and other stuff. So it'd be more performance friendly. But center of mass, like the point where you're getting your lift from matters. I wonder if that'd be a good fun compromise between the two. Because the barrier to entry with the more complex one is quite high. Combining realistic thrust and wing mods, but only for the wings, not for regular thrusters, just for the wings. Although I wonder if realistic thrust would override the wing mod. I don't want center of mass to be a thing with regular thrusters. I don't want that. In my general Space Engineers play, I don't want that to be a thing. But because... I wonder if you could combine the two so it just applies it to the wing parts, or have it apply to every thruster with those two combined. That'd be kind of cool. probably going to need to try that. I'm going to need to write that down so I remember to try that. Where have I got my ideas like that? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I don't build my thrusters particularly asymmetrical, but I don't want to be forced to build them perfectly symmetrically. I don't want that to be a thing that's demanded by the game. Maybe I should turn up my voxel things and see if I can see more down on the planet. That's got to be an ice lake, though. Which is where I'm gonna head. Thank you, Corbin! Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I probably should build the parachutes. Or I let it go too long. Where do I want parachutes on this? My G menu making any sense yet? What haven't I unlocked? Hang on, let's make a light. Help. Dislike the mess of your G menu when you've only unlocked certain blocks. There we go, that tidied it up a lot. Cool. Now I can set up my hotbar like I normally would. And then I want conveyor, cargo. Oh, now this feels more normal. Orbital mechanics. Yeah, I suppose I kind of wouldn't mind having orbital mechanics in Space Engineers, but I feel like the number of compromises needed to make that work is too much and would cut away things that I actually want more than that. So, where a compromise is required, no, I would not want it. I would not want to take away anything we have to get orbital mechanics. But if we didn't have to lose some of the stuff we've got, then yeah, maybe. But yeah, I definitely would not want to lose what we currently have. Disagree, Vox. Disagree. I do not need 7 parachutes for this mass. And I am looking forward to being proved wrong. So I think that's probably what's going to happen. But I'm going to put 4 on. Because then I'll have it roughly balanced. or at least close enough. It should end up being balanced enough that it won't tip horribly, I think. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. I'd like to know how you calculate a specific mass that's required for the parachutes, given the way that they function and the way that collision damage in Space Engineers is weird at times. Because you can easily have two collisions that seem very, very similar end up being very, very different because of weirdness with the collision system. Yes, it's 5 canvas per parachute. Stupid testing things in creative mode and not realizing that it'd be totally different in survival. And then making a complete fool of myself. It's shack and wasted. Grr. Yeah, it was funny. I will admit, it was funny. That was like 4 years ago now, or more. It's way, very long time ago. All I gotta do is make sure that I don't have any of the parachutes be empty. Because I'm not sure if they fixed that bug. Because there was a bug with empty parachutes that caused things to just keep spinning if they were empty. I don't think age has brought me wisdom. I don't think it has. I think looking the fool brings me wisdom because I really don't like it. So it's a very good motivator for me. Always has been.
Energy low.
Yeah, hindsight brings wisdom. That's accurate. It's not so much knowing stuff as it is learned trauma. Wow. Yeah, I could feel that about software engineering from what little I've been trying to learn. No, fear of looking the fool is not a universal motivator. You'd think it would be, but no.
Energy critical.
Some people there are some people for whom it's just stress and it doesn't actually motivate them to learn. It just motivates them to avoid. But for me, it's less of an evasion motivator to a, oh, I've got to not do that again. That's, I know how to do that better next time sort of thing. Hey, Ken. Alright, 4 parachute hatches. And let's get some canvas. Twice what I need. And then make sure all of them have some parachute canvas in them. Any plans for another fun? You're asking about Christmas, Grog? It's September. I'm not a department store. I don't start thinking about Christmas this early. That's way beyond my my time of thinking. Do you know what else I should be doing? I should be building some Atmo thrusters. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna start doing some redesigning. We've got this cargo container built as well. I'm gonna do a little bit of redesign here. Make this ship my own. Armored conveyors? Yeah. Use reinforced. Wrong Way Up was it 3 years ago? 4 years ago. It was 4 years ago. Wrong Way Up started when COVID was still an unknown. And the reason I know that... Or was that Wrong Way Down? Am I getting those two confused? I think it was Wrong Way Up. Pretty sure Wrong Way Up was, Now I'm just trying to think about which house I was in. Yeah, Wrong Way Up was when we fell to the other planet. Yeah, I think Wrong Way Up was went over the... Okay, Wrong Way Up was 2022, okay. So Wrong Way Down was COVID then. Yeah, alright. I'm getting them mixed up. Yeah, because I always remember that the two being connected because at the time of Wrong Way Down, I was planning on going to Gamescom, so I'd been talking to Wasted and Shaq about we were organising accommodation and doing all that sort of stuff. And yeah, we obviously had to then get refunds for all of it. And so I always I remember that because of that connection. I think what I'll do is place the oxygen farms along like this. Not that I strictly need the oxygen farms if I'm going down to Earth-like, but they're part of this ship's design now. And then I should be able to maybe add some lifting latmos about the place. See if I can even be able to control this thing as I'm flying down. Am I going to hit that asteroid? That asteroid feels very much on collision course with me. Let's redirect a little bit. Didn't feel safe. Oops. Alright, what am I out of? Am I out of iron? Nope. Doesn't seem like I'm out of anything. Maybe nickel? Yeah. No, nickel's there. Huh. I think I just need a speed module on the assembler. Let's get the computers to the top of the list. Get this made. Joey, I am planning on starting Wrong Way Out in October. As soon as I've definitely got a date set. It's possible it may be a series that starts with fewer than the full intended cast and then grows, much like Wrong Way Down did. Although Wrong Way Down started as a single player thing and then grew. First with Tex, then I think it was Tex, Capac, then Wasted, not Tex, Wasted, then Capac. But it's been so long I don't actually remember. I see any silver on that asteroid? I do not. Okay, speed modules made. It's at least a little bit quicker. 23% of my hydrogen remaining. You really don't use up much in space at all. One of the ideas that I may end up changing my mind on, but I think I'm fairly settled on, or Wrong Way Out, is to have it have some elements of it that are. Oh, do I want to reveal this? I don't know if I want to reveal this or not. I don't want it to be a surprise. But yes, there will definitely be the human NPCs for Wrong Way Out as well. There will definitely be them. And they may be... They're going to do things in a different... They're going to have some more stuff that they're going to do beyond what they did in any of the other series. That should be fun. Oh, I'm in gravity. we go. Well, there be more TFE toilet time. Well, TFE's probably going to be part of the main crew. So he's going to have to walk in on someone else. Or Capac can walk in on him again, I guess. Yeah, I've got a few engineering challenge concepts for the general, the main conceit of Wrong Way Out, which I think are going to make for some really unique builds. Like, totally different to anything we've ever built before. Yeah, TFE is good fun. And he can give as good as he gets, which is great. How am I doing? Should probably turn those thrusters on and stop, because I reckon I'm pretty close to overhead. Do I turn my dampeners off? I don't want to land on the mountain. That would be bad. I think I need to go forward a little bit further before I can stop. I'm trying to read the curvature of the planet and see where center is from this perspective, looking straight down on my ship. I think I'm past the mountain. I think we'll stop. Alright, let's keep doing these adjustments that I wanted to do. Purely for style points. I think it's as accurate as I can tell from up here, because even having a downward-facing camera isn't going to help me. Unless I'm very good at aligning myself to gravity. I'm not that bad at aligning myself to gravity. Maybe I could use a downward-facing camera. Help me guide my bomb.
Fuel low.
Oh. Right, I'm in gravity now. My jetpack's going to run out super quick. I have to stay in the cockpit. Dampener off. Let's go. That was close to me forgetting and running out of fuel and ending up falling to the planet to my death. With no respawn. That was really close. Oh. Thanks, Creatures. Thank you for the prime sub. My weekend's been really busy, actually. Not particularly calm, really busy, because I am desperately trying to get the Scrapyard finale finished for tonight. And we, as a group on the server, did 4 recordings this week. I did some solo recordings on top of that, which means it's been 20 plus hours of footage getting edited down, plus the perspectives from some other people from some of the events, going into that video. So I've been frantically trying to get that done. So after this stream, that's my next job, is edit the very last recording. Am I planning on crashing with this ship or staying in orbit? I'm planning on this ship not crashing. It's got parachutes. I'm hoping I'm not wrong. Take components for the ladder in your inventory. Let's check, actually. I should be able to access cargo from the ground, because as long as I don't destroy that large cargo container. It's looking pretty good for being on that ice lake. Hopefully I'll be able to redirect a bit. I think I need to go this way. So let's get myself nice and gravity balanced. Because I want to be actually on the ice, because that will make my life a lot easier. Do I know how many parachutes are needed? Chat. There are people in chat who looked at the wiki and think it's 1 per 100,000 kilos. I'm doing it based on feel, and this ship doesn't feel very heavy, so I'm using 4. So we'll see. I set them to open at 1,000 meters. So we've got another 9 kilometers to go. You can see the ore patches on the ice lake. Yep. The hope is that the lake will have silver, or I'll be able to find silver really nearby. But by going to the lake, I'll be able to equip myself with bottles for my jetpack so I can go out and search by hand, because I only really need to get enough silver to build a survival kit. And because I've already got the refinery and the assembler. And I think what I'll do once I've got the survival kit is I want to actually finish off building this ship, rebuilding it in the way I want it, and then I'll publish it to the workshop. Assuming I survive. Oh, it's stressful when the chutes haven't opened and you're below the height of the mountains around you. Open, pop the chutes. And we have slowed to 8 meters per second. And I can mostly readjust myself to flat. And I am not landing on the ice though. That's annoying. I missed. Didn't miss by much, but I missed. I think 8 meters a second will be a light enough collision that I should be okay. If I want to make it really safe, I can just try and land on a tree. I at least got close enough to the ice lake that I am going to be able to walk there. I don't think my thrusters can do enough to move me any meaningful distance here, and all I'm going to end up doing is putting myself on the cliff edge and rolling down it as a result. Triax, it occurred to me that I could put atmo thrusters. I even mentioned that I could have done it, but I didn't do it because I got distracted by trying to make the oxygen farms look in a more balanced fashion. Yeah, I really don't have much movement with the ion thrusters. They are not doing much at all because we're in full atmo, so their power is massively reduced. Well, hooray, landing near magnesium. That's helpful. And ice. Bang. Well, nothing broke. I'll count that as a win. Nothing broke yet. Okay, that's okay. That's alright. I'll accept that position.
Fuel low.
Actually, this is a great position. This works really well because I can walk up and down parts of it. Okay, grab some ice, go back, build an O2H2 gen, make some bottles, and then fly around and see where I can find some silver.
Inventory full.
Easy as that. Getting giant rubber duck vibes from the position it's landed in now. Yeah, I can see that. The yellow doesn't help. I mean, the yellow helps you think it seemed that way. Does this count as beachfront property? Perhaps. Well, that's handy. That's really handy. That worked out perfectly. This landing's ideal. Figure I'll hack that while I'm there. No, no bottles, just checking. Right, then O2H2 gen, I'll just stick on the drill for now. Assuming I can reach it from here. Yep. Sweet. Am I going to connect a windmill or solar? I think I'd probably want to get thrusters on it first, but I want to get a survival kit first. Because then I can say, yes, I was lucky with my run previously, but also there was another safe option that you have available, which is go and pirate any cargo ship that shows up. Because that also works very reliably as shown here. Which was kind of the question I wanted to answer for myself today. I was originally thinking I'd do some more stuff towards a speed run today, but I was like, actually, with all that editing I've done this week, I don't want to do something that requires lots and lots of focus. And I really wanted to know the answer to this question as well, anyway. Alright. We have hydrogen. Let's go find some things. Normally, I would do this with my dampeners off to conserve hydrogen so I could fly further, but given I have no respawn, that seems unwise. Only see iron. Means there could be silver beneath me, or there might be gold, but digging down doesn't seem like it's worth the effort. Yeah, I probably should be making GPSs on each of these, shouldn't I? And maybe even one where my ship was. Not a bad idea. Oh, if I splat on a tree... Oh... I feel like that's poetic justice. That would be some cruel, poetic justice. Okay. I see any others on the lake? There's that one. Oh, yeah, it's still 2, maybe 3 more on this lake. Nice. Gold. Annoyingly, I know someone's going to tell me eventually, if not in the comments right now, in the comments on the YouTube VOD, that one of these definitely contains silver, but it's going to be too deep for me to detect. And if I remembered what the patterns were for what ores go with what, I could probably determine that, but I can't remember that. It's been too long since I looked at all that. So I don't know which one. Gold often goes with silver, but not always. Uh-oh. Is my game crashing? Yep. I might send that log, because that's almost certainly not a mod bug. Because the 2 mods that are there are so unlikely to do that. Uh-huh. Ooh. Unless that's an Intel bug. Because that could be an Intel bug. Really need to get that sorted out. And get a replacement. Especially now that they've released another microcode update. Yep, I've got a 13900K. Nickel, cobalt, and iron. I've got the previous microcode update, but I don't have the latest one. Because doing lots and lots and lots of BIOS flashing is stressful. Silicon, nickel, and magnesium. I thought this was going to be quicker for me to find silver. This is taking its sweet time about it. There's another spot. Is that a spot, or is that just the terrain? I think that's a spot. Oh, I'm aware if I've already had crashing that it's too late and I need to get a repair, but the updates... Ever since I got the first BIOS update, the crashes I stopped having. Like they actually stopped being a thing. Oops. Whatever. Close enough. The GPS just tells me that I'm not interested in that one. Oh, come on. This is probably, I reckon, one of the worst terrains for finding ore spots, because it's already such a patchy terrain around here. Yeah, the spot I first drilled the ice from didn't show up silver. I might actually need a longer range ore detector to pick up the silver. It may be that my drill just can't actually, that it's going to be too deep on all the deposits. Don't remember what the minimum depth is for silver. That looks suspiciously silverish though. Oh, nickel. Jerk. Hit nickel. Iron, cobalt. Iron, nickel. Like, I was fully planning on getting a warranty replacement for my CPU, but I figured I needed potentially to have some evidence of the crashing happening after the microcode update, and I haven't been, honestly, I haven't had the time to sort it out. I don't think this is a spot. Okay. Well then. I think we need another approach. Wheels on the base, you say? I think I was also just using wishful thinking of, I really don't want to have to take my PC apart and replace the CPU. Oh. I also probably should have turned off the tank so it didn't take on my ice. Oop. Oh, Tom, don't do that to me. That song's already perpetually in my head because it's perpetually in my son's head. Every time I take Toby for a walk in the afternoon, he hums. It's very cute, but it is very much in my head. Okie dokie. So, roverizing. So I can drive down to the lake and check if any of those deposits have silver. Let's do this. I'll be honest, I'm kind of fine with Wheels on the Bus, because at least it's not the happy song. Although, honestly, I didn't really mind that one either. It was none of them particularly are annoying. It's just like, oh, this is what my life is forever. This is my life now. Well, yeah, as long as it's not Baby Shark, I don't have any justification for complaint. That is true. That is honestly as bad as it can get. I think. Thanks, Michael. And this, mate, is me attempting another suit-only start. And this is what I captured. I'm still haven't found silver. I still actually haven't completed the goal. I mean, I could break my... Actually, now that I'm on the planet, I could break my refinery and consider challenge complete. Because I've got wind turbines that I could make. But I'm still not gonna. Still not gonna. Barney's not a thing here. Thankfully, the Wiggles and Bluey well outdo Barney in Australia, so I don't have to worry about Barney. Barney's never really been a thing in Australia. I don't have build vision. Barney was definitely on, I think, some of our pay TV networks, but I'm not sure I ever saw it on our free-to-air government-run one, which is the main one, which is ABC for Kids. Okey-dokey, get that nice and high, then we can spin the rotor a bit. Oh, why are you bouncing? Why are you being weird? Oh, the rotor's bending. Oh, the parachutes! The parachute's deployed, that's why it's going weird. They were creating a lot of drag. Alright, rotor. Nope. Go that way. And stop. Yeah, that should give me enough clearance for a few wheels. Need to make sure I don't run out of hydrogen, because then I'm in trouble. I have to be very careful about that. I'm actually not familiar with Blue's Clues. I never saw on Aussie stuff either. I think it might have been, but it was one I never saw with my nieces or nephews. Let's go 5x5s. With ground clearance. It does. Oh, I've got no 2H2 gen. I could have put thrusters on this instead of wheels, but I don't know, wheels are fun. I'm gonna go a block higher. go. Did I just put the right one? No, whatever. These wheels are temporary. It's fine. I think I put them on the wrong sides. Oh no. It's my oxygen farm in the way.
Inventory full.
Oh man. I think Captain Caveman was a thing I saw on TV when I was a kid. Okay, that should be drivable. It's gonna be a bit weird, but it should be drivable. I've got 2 gyros, so that's fine. Well, I should probably repair the second one. Make sure I have less tipping risk. Yeah, let's get the parts built and weld up these things. Production. Wheel. There we go. Have I got enough? 14,000 iron. No. Oh no, I do. 20,000 there. Cool. Alright. Get some more ice. I'm down to 1 tank. And of course, bad weather. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to get these wheels on, I'm going to drive it down to the ice lake, and it's not going to have any silver.
Inventory full.
O2. Ice goes away, bottles go away.
Energy low.
Yeah, the auto detector's not that high. I don't think it'll make that big a difference. I'll move it down if I don't see 3 ores in any of the particular patches. Thanks, Crassus. Thank you for 32 months. Yeah, I'll keep the auto detector in mind, but I don't think I need to move it. Forgot about the whole issue with 5x5s being the fact that you have to weld in so many large steel tubes. Oh man, tailspin. That I remember. Let's get from there and get my energy. Ground down the oxygen farms for parts. I wanted to make this into a thing that I finished, but I thought I was going to get silver more quickly so I could move on to that, but I'm still literally in the challenge phase of this thing. Which has not worked out as I'd intended. I do find it amusing when people say so many good old shows and then make the mistake of going and watching them as an adult. Because it is definitely a mistake. Don't ruin your childhood memories by trying to watch any of these shows as an adult. A lot of them do not hold up. Some of them surprisingly do, but a lot of them do not. Like, a few bits of Captain Simian and the Space Monkeys hold up, but a lot of it does not. For those wondering why I brought that one specifically up, that's where my name originates. One of the characters in it. Batman does, yep. It really depended whether the writers were writing for kids or adults as to how well it held up. Which isn't to say that writing for kids is bad, it just means that when you write for kids, when you then become an adult, those things you liked as a kid are no longer the same, so you don't like it anymore. Oh. Missed that cargo access before, that's going to save me a bit of time. Oh boy, this is going to take a while. I should probably have built more speed modules on. Yeah, I think I got the impression that Animaniacs and the associated cartoons like Pinky and the Brain and things, they were written for older kids. So, like, not really any younger than late primary school or, yeah. So, like, 10 plus? Which also makes it more likely that things are going to hold up. Yes, agreed. Some writers forget that a lot of kids like to be treated like adults, even if they aren't capable of acting like the prototypical adult. Because a lot of adults can't act like adults. I would include myself in that a lot of the time, as here I am playing games to try and make it my life. Oh, my uranium has run out. That's a pity. Should turn off the oxygen farms. Gonna save a lot of power. 5 hours of power with the refinery running and the assembler running. Okay. With just 2 wheels, I could drive myself down to the ice lake, but I think that's being too risky. Oh yeah, the thrusters are all on. Probably doesn't help either. Didn't seem to make a big difference though. But I'm sure it was not helping. Because I had my inertial dampeners on and I'm on a subgrid, so that never works great for thrusters. Yeah, Animaniacs was written at a time when the US had quite tight censorship on a lot of that stuff, didn't they? As well as a lot of requirements for it to be educational content. Animaniacs are responsible for a large proportion of my knowledge of US history. Because they had so many weird little educational bits in there. Because obviously being Australian, don't really learn much about American history. Not really part of our curriculum for obvious reasons. Yeah. Yes, things in animatics like the state song and all that sort of stuff, yeah. The hardest thing with learning from sources like that is like, how much of it is even intended to be real? Like, how much of it was actual education versus how much of it was just a tongue-in-cheek joke? You just never know. I mean, I learnt that Bill Clinton played the sax from the Animaniacs. That's one thing I know I learned from it. I definitely ignored 99.9% of the state capital song because I'm like, why do I care? I don't care about this. Because I was watching, because Animaniacs was late primary school, early high school for me when it was shown here. Which doesn't mean that's when it was made in the States. We probably got it several years late. Come on, give me the pipes. I want steel tubes. I think in primary school I did need to know what the state capitals were in Australia, but there's so few of them, it's easy. There we go. Alright. Can drive this thing. Now let's not do my usual mistake. I'm going to go to my cockpit. I'm going to turn on the park brake before I release this. And brake on. And drop. I was reading something about the whole kids' TV and being toys programming stuff related to Transformers. And just how weird it was that they killed off their main character in the movie. Like, the toy that kids would most want to buy, they killed off. Which is a strange thing to do if you're wanting, if it's your main marketing thing. Thanks, Red Cajun. Thank you for the Prime sub. How's it going? Alright, let's find a path down onto the ice. Some lights probably wouldn't have gone astray either. Yeah, of course they brought him back in the next season. They realized their mistake. Although, that little thing they did kind of made it one of the most memorable kids movies of all time. For any kid that was a kid when they watched, any person that was a kid when they watched it. Because I definitely, in my many, many hundreds of rewatchings of that movie, did not watch Optimus Prime dying each time. I skipped that. Most of the time. Okay, I think I'm going to head to the gold first and see if there's silver with that, because that seems to be the most likely suspect. Yep, it was a tearjerker. I think the kids' movies that were surprisingly good that I actually watched a lot of as a kid were the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie and Transformers. Although I may be misremembering the quality of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. That's very possible. There we go, silver. I was not going to be able to detect that by hand. Okay, so let's get the antenna repaired. Oh, what? What do I need to build an antenna? Oh, beacon. Right. Oh, what the heck? It's like, should I build a small grid one? Will that be quicker? I don't think it'll make a big difference. No. Not the Mario movie? No. Mario was not a big part of my growing up. Nintendo was not a big part of my growing up. The only console I had before the N64 was,
Inventory full.
my oldest brother had a Sega Master System 2. Okay, so we need construction components and small steel tubes. There we go. Titan AE is your all-time favorite. I like Titan AE. Definitely not my all-time favorite. All-time favorite is How to Train Your Dragon. Because I think it is just such an exceptional example of the 3-act structure. And the hero's journey. And it just nails all of the points right. It's just a very well... It's not trying to do anything exceptionally new, and the score is done really well. Like, Titan AE, I think, has some technical flaws to it, if you're like a movie critic technical sort of thing. But I definitely... It was a fun movie. That I have watched probably, like, I don't know, 10 times or so. Here we go. Give me silver. Silver. Alright, I will be able to make a survival kit now. Titan AE's got some odd story elements to it that I wonder if parts of it were edited out for brevity and thus made it feel a bit strange in it. But then it's got the whole flying through with the angels bit, which makes me think it wasn't edited for brevity. So there's something odd about it, but it is an enjoyable movie. Or it was an enjoyable movie for me, I should say. I don't think I've ever watched Treasure... Oh, maybe I've watched I think I might have watched Treasure Planet like once, and I don't remember it. Alright. Let's get back to the remodel while that silver is processing. Gotta love the distraction of kids' movies, chat, while I'm just waiting for certain things to get done. It seems to be one of those topics that gets people chatting and a lot of opinions out there, much like food. Warlord, to start with a suit only, you need to find a grid to capture, basically. So, I captured this from one of the passive NPCs and just pirated it. In the video I did of the same idea, I found a passive NPC grid that I just took over. Or, if you know how the Mayday signals are actually constructed and know where their blind spots are with their guns, you can take over one of them instead. That's also a valid approach. It can be quite reliable. Now, I think I'm going to get rid of these parachute hatches. They've served their purpose. And I'm going to make this hydrogen... Get some hydrogen thrusters on this. While I attempt to make it look a bit more interesting. Yeah, if you don't know the blind spot, your run ends real quick, and... yeah. At least you're doing that as the very first thing you do, so it's not that big a deal if you die at that point. Anyone remember the Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai across the 8th dimension? Man! Some of these old kid shows had real weird names. I have never heard that combination of words uttered together before. That was a movie?
Inventory
Well,
full.
there you go. As I said, I'd never heard that combination of words uttered before. Alright, so having a look at this, my plan was I'm going to rebuild the O2 farms on the other side here, although I should now make myself better tools. That's what I should do. Stop using crummy tools and use good tools. I'm going to be doing a lot more building. It is rare for me to remember to replace my tools. There we go. I should probably get that silver refining. There we go. And 3 of these ordered up. Oh. And O2, let's get the hydrogen bottles back. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to duplicate these things, but I'm going to just fix this and turn it into a regular junction. There we go. Thanks, Recondite Me. Thank you for the prime sub. Matched on this side. Oh man, so nice with a proper welder back. Ah.
Energy low.
Feels good. Am I making this with the same grey that this was as the undertone? No, it was darker. Although, actually no, not all of it was. Only part of it was. Alright, stick with that grey. Add some yellow highlights as I go. Samurai Pizza Cats. Do remember that. I have added wheels. They are not a prime number, no. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be having prime wheels. I don't think I'm going to be using the wheels much more. My goal now is basically make this into something that hopefully looks okay and looks complete. And has all the bits. Because I've achieved the overall goal of making this a functional vehicle as soon as I put the survival kit on it. Move this beacon.
Inventory full.
Oops. You saw nothing? Uh-huh. The beacon totally wasn't holding the back wheels on. Oops. Oopsie. I reiterate. Why am I like this? Survival kit. Health. Mission accomplished. Because yeah, at this point, this is just a start where I've got more stuff. I kind of like this ship design as a thing, so I kind of want to make it into something slightly different. I'm going to keep going with it. And start thinking about some of the other challenge ideas that I'd like to have a crack at. So, oh, I should talk about the speedrun idea I wanted to do. So there were two ideas that I tossed up between. One of them would be quite a long speedrun and would probably need to be done over multiple saves, which means the likelihood of increasing your, of speeding up would be challenging, which was to add my Survival Impossible mods to a save where you start on the alien planet and you have to get home to the Earthlight, which was kind of my goal in Survival Impossible, but then I got distracted by building pretty things. I'm not, honestly, I don't think I'm bit by the speedrun bug, per se, as it, versus every now and then just wanting to see what I can do with the way the vanilla game mechanics work and how I could do things faster. Because I did learn a lot of useful stuff from those speedruns I did. I learnt a lot of things about how the game works, and those have been useful. They're helping me to explain those mechanics to other people, as well as just feeling more confident that the way I had been doing things was reasonable. No, I have to hack this now. Oh, there was gold in here. Interesting. So it was kind of a mix of a few things, really.
Full.
But it's not about, for me, it's not about beating other people, it's about beating my own, beating myself, like competing against myself and doing better.
Full.
I'm not really fussed about competing with other people, that's why I don't do PvP, because it's... yeah. Competitive splitsy is not fun splitsy. I don't like doing that.
Inventory full.
I don't like that side of me. Alright, that's looking neater already. So what do I need to get onto this? I need to get on some hydrogen thrusters in all directions and some decent lift. And I need, obviously tanks. I'm thinking, if I remove this antenna,
Inventory full.
I might be able to do something with this middle space a bit. To gain some room for some tanks and move
Inventory full.
kind of the bridge area.
Inventory full.
What do you mean, Chuck? Which splitsy's worse, competitive splitsy or EVE Online splitsy? EVE Online splitsy was fine. EVE Online splitsy was not just unhealthy for me. It wasn't unhealthy for anyone else. That was fine. I just spent too much time playing that and not doing anything else. Because the only PvP sort of thing I did in EVE Online was the marketplace. Is competitive splitsy family friendly? Not if the game is Rocket League. Not if the game is Rocket League. And as to the comment earlier about TFE fitting in well with Capac and I, that's because he's, like, we first started to get to know each other as playing, the three of us together, playing Rocket League. Yeah. Sometimes I just get overexcited. Although these days, I don't think it would be a problem these days, actually. Now, I don't think I need another oxygen tank, so I'm going to stick a little hydrogen tank in here to begin with. I might try and get away with just small hydrogen tanks on this build. It's got ion thrusters, so it's really just hydrogen for getting off planet. I haven't played Rocket League in a long time. Actually, how long's it been? It's probably a couple of years at this point. August. Yep. 2 and a bit years. August 22nd, 2022 was the last time I played it. Let's move the ore detector. I was just wasting too much time playing it, that's why I stopped playing it. I was wasting too much time and I wasn't really enjoying myself anymore. I'd reached the skill cap for the amount of effort I was willing to put in. The Martian bobsled and that style of videos just never done well. They've been fun from time to time, but they've always performed terribly. Which is why you've never seen me do more of them. They've always failed on that side of the equation. I could make it so I can fit 2 upgrade modules on these refineries by redoing this conveying, and I think I will. Yeah, Rocket League, as any PvP game, has that problem. When you're wanting to do well and you think you should be doing well and you're not doing well, it's very hard for people to keep their cool. It's kind of just life, really. But the more the time investment and the more the reliance on your teammates, the more toxic I think these things get. That's how you get Capac banned from League of Legends. Enough gold to make yield modules? Or do I'll just go power efficiency. Yep. To hear Capac tell the story, he called someone an idiot and got banned. Can't remember if he was banned from the Australian or the North American servers. Oh yeah, the thruster above the module. I need to remove that too. Good point. I like the spot it's in, but I think it's impractical. Yeah. PvP games. They're just... I've been reading a few things on a game design subreddit where someone was asking about their game that they're kind of theory crafting, because the solo dev's probably not going to succeed making something like of the scope that they were talking, but basically talking about the issues with trying to make a building game a PvP game. And the general consensus from the people there was you can't have both. Because you can't have the people who want to build sandcastles having fun in the same space as the people who want to kick them down.
Energy low.
And I think they were right. I think the people saying that were right. You can't have the two of them in the same space. They don't work. And it's why, and I've said this before, it's why it saddens me that Keen are so focused on trying to make PvP work in Space Engineers. If they stopped caring, they could put so much more effort into other things. Like letting the client calculate stuff and make multiplayer better as a result. And I know that's going to upset the PvP perfect people, but at this point, I don't care. As just discussed, our perspectives on the game are diametrically opposed. And, like, there are games that have building in them and that do PvP apparently well, like Rust. But again, you don't build to build nice things, you build to the meta. And it's a very different way of playing. And I imagine most of you guys in the chat are of a similar mindset, because let's be honest about it, if you're watching me, you probably play games similarly to how I do. That's how we ended up in, like, that's how this ends up being a thing, because if you played completely differently, you'd probably find anything I did totally boring.
Energy critical.
Amphu, Scrapyard is a is a PvE environment. 100%. When I explicitly state in the rules that you'll be banned if you do PvP, it's not PvP. Yes, players could damage each other, but you want to allow that for accidents, because then that's funny, and that's honestly the way that I always saw PvP being a thing in 7 Days to Die. You allow players to injure each other because you want them to be able to injure each other by accident. But that doesn't mean matching for a PvP experience where those things need to be balanced. Because they don't need to be balanced in PvE. You can just let it be a thing. Yeah, friendly fire. Friendly fire, good. If your game's focused on PvP, it's not going to be a game I'm interested in. And I'm clearly interested in Space Engineers, so I've got a vested interest in hoping that it gives up on its PvP focus. Seven Days to Die is not a game I'm likely to return to. It's one of those games I find very difficult to enjoy anymore. Zomboid's a tricky one. Zomboid's a really tricky one, and it's something I need to improve something about my own self before I think I could play it. That being an ability to calmly accept people's input on something I don't know a lot about
Fuel low.
when I'm being told to play a specific way that might not match with the way I want to play,
Fuel
and how to remain chill during that exchange. It's something I need more practice, and it's something I need to work at getting better at over time. I'm better at it than I used to be, but it's still, it's tricky. It was something I was worried about with Factorio, and did become a bit of a problem with Factorio. And which I know a few other people I've spoken to who've not played a lot of Factorio, and then already these technical games where there are some preferred ways people play. Playing them live on stream as you're learning them, it's tricky. You've really got to be in the right headspace to do it well. Or to do it at all. Thinking hydrogen thrusters there, but I'm not sure that's going to work. I played a bit of Project Zomboid on my own, but I modified it fairly heavily to suit my I want to build predilections. Which is to say, I made it heaps easier in a lot of ways. Like, heaps easier. I couldn't figure out how to do it any other way. I do not have lift thrust yet. I'm getting there. That's what these conveyors are for. There's a lot about Zomboid that I like. But my ideal would be Zomboid, but first person like 7 Days to Die. I think that's what I'd like most. See ya, Jedmuns. I think that's where I'd kind of, that granularity of Zomboid, but then the ability to build fun bases like you could in 7 Days to Die. I'm not very good at stealth games. And felt like that was what Zomboid was pushing you toward as a player. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 8 thrusters I'll have enough lift. So this is kind of going to be an L-shaped ship. Is what I think I'm going to end up with. Isn't 7 Days to Die a 3D Project Zomboid? I mean, one stage? I think 7 Days to Die is older than Zomboid. Isn't it? So isn't Zomboid a 2D 7 Days to Die pre-alpha 16? Sorry, pre-alpha 17? Thank you, Charlie, for that interruption. Stealth doesn't work in Zomboid. Okay, so maybe Zomboid is more like current 7 Days to Die, where it's all action all the time and you just got to assume that you got to fight everything. Ah! As I said, the times I've played Zomboid, I've modified it heavily to suit my personal preferences, which is great because it gives you lots of options you can do that and a lot of power to control that. I'll be back in just a second. I need to let the dog out. Don't I? Brown eyes, staring at me, begging for things. One sec. I'll be right back. Just gonna fill up my water bottle as well. Also, no, your stream is not busted. My Be Right Back screen is busted and I don't know how to fix it. But I'm putting it on anyway. Oh, weird. It looks okay on stream end for the most part. That's really strange, because on my end, it's super low frame rate in the OBS preview. Huh. Interesting. So what I'd like to do as the end goal here is take this thing to space and see... I want to see what that enemy is that was tracking me. I don't know what that drone looks like. I've never angered a faction before and I'm really curious. So I want to make this thing go to space and then shoot that thing. Or get shot by it, probably more likely. So please, could you guys remind me to blueprint this thing before I go to space? So I don't end up with that being a problem. Okay. So we got 4 lift, 1 right, 1 left. I'll have 4 forward. I'll get a couple of reverse on, and I think I'll just ignore down thrust for hydrogen. And then I can fit a few tanks, build a new helm. Put a little bit of style on the sides and in the middle. And we'll be done. Shouldn't take me too long, I think. I want to move this oxygen tank.
Inventory full.
Or remove that oxygen tank, actually.
Inventory full.
I have one hydrogen tank. I'm going to have to mine some hydrogen, so once I get this flyable, I might try and quickly lift it up and get some ice with a drill mounted on the bottom or something. Or maybe should just build a piston-mounted drill rig. Actually, that's probably better. Let's build a quick piston drill rig. Grab some ice that way. Quicker than hand mining it. And safer. Thanks, Dr. John Hazel. Thanks for the Prime sub. Here we go. Have I left enough room? I have not left enough room. Okay, we'll do this the other way around then. Emergency hydrogen engine. Yeah, perhaps. I'll see if I feel like I need that. Lazy chair. I feel like it's unlikely that Speen would make all the efforts they're doing with VRH3 and not make a Space Engineers, but also anyone talking about a Space Engineers 2 being a thing that's definitely happening is pulling your leg. I did not need to build that as a piston. Why did I build that as a piston? I just needed to build up more. Why am I doing this the hard way? I don't need to go super deep because the ice doesn't go very deep. Space Engineers 2 would be Space Engineers, but in an engine that does the physics better, I would have thought. I don't think it's anything more than that. And like, I mean, looking at VRH3, the physics would be water physics. To be clear, though, a game built from the ground up with... a game built on an engine that's built from the ground up with the goals that Space Engineers currently has in terms of its physics environment, the planets and everything like that, and dynamic water. Yeah, of course they'd have my money. Of course I'd play that. But I also am well aware that that is, at minimum, years away. Years. Many years. I reiterate, years. It's not something soon. Oops, didn't need another one. Yep, KSP took my money too. But I was fortunate enough to have one of my videos I made in KSP2 be successful, so I didn't feel quite so bad about them taking my money, but they still were a profound disappointment, KSP2.
Energy low.
Right, let's see. Have I got anywhere near close enough to even get some of the ice? I keep using trying to use build vision. I may need to put more conveyors on that. Oh well. Wolf Arcanist, I can't answer that. And won't answer that. About SE update release dates and things. Where's the hydrogen? KSP2, the PC killer. KSP2 is not the PC killer, it was the dream killer! Ah! Ugh. I hope someone makes an alternative to it. Because unfortunately the games that are out there at the moment that are sort of sometimes touted as replacements for it, they don't really scratch the same itch because they've gone, a lot of them have gone too serious. I think. Whereas you need the right vibe. KSP2 was more was more than just a space simulator. Alright, how do I want to do this? What sort of shape do I want to get in here? Maybe I do that. I'll just leave this open. Yeah, that could work. Minion Space Project Skylines. Minions are probably, unfortunately, quite close to what Kerbals are. Actually, now that KSP2 has properly failed, Minions are very close to what
Energy critical.
Kerbals are. Cute little characters exploited until anything about their fun is completely gone. Kerbals are minions plus Smurfs. Unless we're talking additive color, in which case... Are they still minions plus Smurfs? They still are, yeah. That works in additive and subtractive, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. What is yellow? Does it? In additive color, what does yellow and blue give you? Because yellow and blue, it's going to be slightly greenish, but not proper green. It'll be a greenish blue. Whereas in subtractive color, it'll give you a nice, clean green. Yeah, Grog, that's what I'm talking about. Light is additive color, pigments are subtractive color. Because it's about subtracting wavelengths from white light with pigments, and it's about adding wavelengths of light with light. Ugh. I don't think I did that well. I don't think I did that well at all. Yeah, you get a cyan-y color, not a green. I think this is going to work better. Yeah. And then I can figure out where I'll do grey bits to add some extra detail. No. I'll see if this works. I think that'll work best. Oh. Oh, yeah? Now remember, ignore the wheels, they're not coming with me. Those are coming off. The new magic school bus. Oh, how's my ice going? 46,000. Right. Just remove the piston. I think I'll add a couple of conveyors and then put another row of drills on or something.
Inventory full.
Oh, whoops. Didn't want to do that. Oop. Hey, JMD. Thanks for 33 months. Yeah, the dark grey looks better against the yellow, I think. I wonder if I've actually got enough thrust to get to space. I wonder. Oh no, wait. What am I doing? I need to do that. I think this is going to be close enough to the ground. Or could I go... Yeah, that's going to be close enough. There you go. Jeez, you guys are talking about the Minecraft movie. Why am I building these? They're not needed. I saw one person's take on the Minecraft movie trailer, which was mostly related to seeing their 10-year-old's reaction to it, having not heard anything, and then just showing them the trailer, and how ridiculously overly excited that 10-year-old was. And it's like, okay. I guess they nailed the 4 kids vibe. Jack Black didn't need to be in that movie. I feel like that could be a point said about a lot of game-related movies that he'd been in. Yeah, Krasil, it does feel strange that they made it mixed CGI and live action. Feels like more effort. Surely it would have been easier just to get them to do voice acting. Or am I missing something? I genuinely thought that was easier. One sec. There we go. Now my voice is back to normal. Yeah. Jack Black's done the voice for another kids movie, going back to the kids movie topic, that I actually like. Kung Fu Panda. It's not like he hasn't done voice work. Yeah, I think, I think there's a very real chance that the executives are right on this one. That, it's gonna make money, and so they don't care. I have a feeling that's going to be the outcome. So, no matter how upset people are about it, it's not going to change anything. It's not like the Sonic movie where they actually had to rely on the nostalgia bucks, so they had to get it right for the adults. Minecraft's got enough kids audience that I think they'll make money anyway. Oh, I'm not saying they couldn't have made more, but they don't... More doesn't necessarily mean they get their bonuses or not. No, Eisen, the reason... That's why I brought up Sonic, because for Sonic, they had to get the nostalgia bucks, so they had to get the existing audience happy. Because there isn't a modern audience, kids audience for Sonic. That's why they had to remodel Sonic. They're not going to redo Minecraft because they don't have to. Okay. How much ice have I actually got? I got enough to... 205,000. Yes, that is probably enough. So if I add a few more tanks along here by moving this again, I should be able to get enough tanks to get to space. One, two, three, four. Yeah, that'll be enough. 5 little tanks. Two, three, four. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to put another speed module on this assembler and figure out where I'm actually going to put the assembler properly so it can go in there and have them all added. That's what I need to do before making more stuff, because this is taking too long to make all the components. I think the assembler here makes the most sense. Oh, it's actually gotten through a lot of that stuff. Yeah, when I say that they needed the nostalgia box, I mean because that Sonic needed it. It's not because there wouldn't have been a few people who would watch it anyway. It's because that's their biggest audience share. Whereas Minecraft, it's not. I look forward to when Toby is old enough to start playing stuff like Minecraft. Then I have an excuse to play it again.
Energy low.
Get 3 on here? Yeah. Go. Grog, in my experience, off-topic discussions are just what you... That's just live streaming, because you... This is... The off-topic discussions are what happens when, They're basically what happens when you are doing stuff that would normally be edited out of the content, if I was doing it edited. There's not... Yeah, there's a limit to how much you can always just talk about what it is you're precisely doing. Eisen, if Toby ends up playing games that I dislike, that's perfectly fine. I'll still play them with him, and I'll still probably enjoy it. I play games I dislike with Capac all the time. Doesn't bother me. Because games can be fun just because of who you play them with. In fact, are often fun only because of who you play them with. Now, if I disconnect... Yeah, I get rid of that assembler, I'm still fine. Oh. There we go. Let's turn off this assembler. Goodbye.
Inventory full.
I can't even fathom the potential parental oddities that will come up as a result of having this many hours of me talking about random nonsense being available to my child. I can't...
Energy critical.
I have no idea what impact that's going to end up having. Because it's not... I've got no one to talk to about that who might have had that experience. Yeah, it's the potential for him being able to say to me, yeah, but you said this one time, and I'm like, oh, why? Why can't I just shut up for 5 minutes? Yeah, he could well be the envy of his friends, because there will definitely be a lot of decent tech stuff around that he can play with. That is possible. Yeah. Of course, I hope he'll be interested in playing computer games and hopefully playing some of the ones that I like so that we can have those shared experiences. Much like any parent that's particularly likes sport or something like that would want. But if he doesn't, then I'm sure I'll find ways to, and they won't be difficult, I'm sure I will find ways to be interested in the stuff that he's interested in. Because it's so much more fun talking to my nieces and nephews when I understand the things that they're talking about. Much easier than when I have to figure it out. Yeah, that's a fair point. Imagine finding this conversation, hearing your parent talk to people on the internet about your potential future. I feel like that's an experience that's more likely to have existed prior to streaming. Because any actor or big director being interviewed about their kids could have easily said those sorts of things. Alright. Just need to get these tanks built and filled, and then we can get up to space and see whether these guys hate me enough that I can shoot them back. So I'm curious. And I play video games together occasionally. I much prefer sandbox building and survival games like Minecraft or Space Engineers. He prefers automation and creating systems like Satisfactory or City Skylines. At least those two play styles, Dan Stack, they kind of work together. You can find games that let you do both things. I think more so than, say, if they only enjoyed MOBAs. Yep. My dad is partially to blame for my love of video games, but he never really played them himself. Never showed any interest at all, really. despite the fact that, yeah, him bringing home various demos and things that his friends at work had found and gave him for us to install on the PC at home was how I got introduced to things like Civ and other various really old games like that. There you go. Come on. Tank build. And I need to build a whole bunch of O2H2 gens to make the tanks fill faster because it's slow. Yep. Definitely need the additional O2H2 gens. Because that's the pace that this is filling at right now. It's a bit slow. Hey, Civ 1 is a really old game. I don't think it's unreasonable to call something really old if it's older than Shadow. Which actually affects a lot of things, but if it's more than 1.5 times as old as she is, then it's even worse. Okay. O2H2 gens. Where do I have the other one right now? I don't even know. I can hide this in the side though, I think. I've got this conveyor here. Oh. Although saying if it's older than Shadow, it's potentially really old is setting a bad precedent that I probably don't want to send. She'll hear this and give me so much grief. One, two, three, four. Then I find my batteries are gonna run dead. Nope, they're good. Still have enough. Yeah, I don't think the copy of Civ that I had was entirely legitimate, let's say. I suspect it was not. Because I don't remember any sort of manual or anything like that. Had to figure it all out for ourselves, my brothers and I. It took me a long time to realize that the settler was not a weird-looking koala and was in fact an old-school caravan. Okay, that's faster, but it's still slow. Might need to build some temporary ones. Also, I'm not sure I actually do like this darker grey. I think I like the lighter grey. But I might keep the darker grey for the turret later. Use it for a couple of little bits. Weird that all the thrusters are off. I don't know what's going on there. So I didn't turn them off.
Inventory full.
Get rid of the drills. Shouldn't need more ice than that. A couple of 100k should get us to space. And that's where the ion thrusters take over. My first PC was an IBM PS2. 386 DX33. I went from that to I think it was a 233 megahertz Pentium of some sort.
Inventory full.
So that was a big jump.
Inventory full.
Put more temporary O2H2 gens out here. Speed up this process. There we go. These off a bit more.
Energy low.
Yeah, energy low.
Inventory full.
Oh yeah, I did see someone got a modern Linux to run on an Intel 4004 and it took them several days to boot. Cockpit. Need a control seat. Should also shove a vent somewhere. Fill up the oxygen tank. Okay, that should be fine, I think. I have no idea if this will be airtight, but... Oh, the survival kit's not going to be airtight, so I'm not sure how I would make that airtight. Oh well. Fine, doesn't need to be. I can get oxygen bottles. Oh dear. Ah. Let's see. Oof. Oof, some of these bad. Fine. This one's bad, but not gross bad. I keep looking at the r/dad jokes for these, and then people keep, like, a lot of them, people are like, this should be on r/uncle jokes, and they're not wrong. My son asked me what the real rules of the 100-meter sprint were. I said it's pretty straightforward. Control panel tank. Auto refill. Okay. These are all connected via these conveyors, so the O2H2 gens are connected indeed. How are my tanks looking? This is at almost 20%. How is my ice looking? Still got 86,000 left. I'll get rid of the rest of these wheels and get some more Auto H2 gens then. I just want to get back to space now. I want to meet that guy.
Inventory full.
Oh. I feel like I'm going to have to save that one, Lowen, for when Toby knows the hokey pokey. He does it at swimming lessons. Or they do it at that. Sometimes. Did I refill the canvas? No. No, I did not. And am I going to? No. No, I am not. Oops. Oops, if I place the block before I try and weld it. How many gyros do I have? 2. Which is a lot for something of this size, I think. Alright, what does the overall fuel say from the control seat? Uh, 36%. I reckon I can get to space with this. If I do an efficient burn.
Inventory full.
We'll get rid of these wheels first. Oh, am I going to tilt forward without these wheels? No, I should be okay.
Inventory full.
Yes, thank you. Reminder to blueprint, yes. Don't tip, please.
Inventory full.
Don't make a liar of me. I think you'll settle. Alright, I think I will leave those blocks on the front just because I feel like they're stopping me from tipping over forwards. And let's get these thrusters built. I hope I have enough lift. Sweet. What the heck? Let's put these here and see if this ends up airtight. Might do. Probably not going to, but might do. Doors open. Let's invert. Let's get the vent to depressurize. Depressurize on. Tank is full and it's on. Cool. So I don't need to do the vent. Actually, if I now close the door, if it depressurizes, then... Oh no, the tank's full. I think it's happy. Oh no, it shouldn't be. That's this. Giant visible hole in the roof. I think it's happy. Did that say room not pressurized? I think it did. Yeah. Okay, there's a hole somewhere. I'm not going to bother finding it. At least my interior feels like it's complete now. Cool. Yeah, I think it's time to go. Did I put a left thruster on? No. I should probably put a left thruster on. I probably don't want just up. There we go. On that side. All will be the assembler modules. No, because the assembler modules don't actually connect with the space. Or does this one? Maybe this one does? No, this one shouldn't because it sits on the assembler. So the assembler is the thing that's closing the space. I think the hole will be maybe the O2H2 gens. So I think one part of them is not airtight. Yeah, the H2 tank has visible gaps, but I thought it was an airtight block. But it very well may not be. Easy way to test. And see what, with the door shut, the vent says. Hey, okay, now it's airtight. It was the tank. Alright. I think I dropped the ones off the front, and we go. Because I think this one might be out of stuff. Or no. Yeah, I'm out of ice. Cool. Still do that. Still press escape to close those things. Alright. Let's launch! And see what happens. Tanks are all on. Stockpile is off. Thrusters are all on. And lastly, oh no, yep, they're all on. Good. Then I need to make sure I have my thrusters, my lifting thrusters, on an override. So that's one of the things I regularly forget to do. And away we... Control B. There we go. Blueprinted again with that name. Up. Is it going as easy this time? I think overall the thing is easier than my expectations were before I'd even started the process, but not as easy as I feared it had become. As in, I'd feared that this suit only start was super, super easy and you'd always get easy things. But it turns out I got lucky with the spawns I got in the video, and that I probably would have died with many of the other spawns, as now that I've gone to... I've died at least half of those spawns that I've gone to. But on the other hand, there are passive cargo ships out there that you can just straight up steal. So that makes it easy. Hey, Shadow! Thank you so much for 33 months and for putting up with me in things like Factorio. And yes, Shadow, I did make you a unit of time. I said it was fair to assume that any game that was older than you is probably considered as fairly old, or very old, at this point. Well, because it's technically vintage then, by some definitions. Vintage gaming. I'm gonna turn off all those GPSs. Indeed, Shadow, I realized the cell phone I was doing and saying the things that I said. I was aware. Is it 20 or 25 that furniture people use as vintage? Maybe it's 25. Maybe we're still in the clear. To turn off the GPS, you double click on it. And it disables it without deleting it. Shadow's in her early 20s, so... That's for context for those who weren't familiar. I did blueprint, yes. Yes, I did. Twice, actually. Yep, barely more than half of my age, Shadow. It's so true. Thanks, Corbin! Thank you so much for 11 months of tier 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't worry, everyone in chat who's older than me. The only reason I'm mumbling about age and things like that is because I recently turned 40. It's prominent in my head, and my partner keeps giving me grief about it too. Six kilometers up. Age is just a number. What counts is how expensive your toys are. Yeah, I like that one. I haven't heard that one. I like it. As the toys do tend to get more expensive the older you get. No, mine certainly have. Yeah, I don't think my partner's thinking through a risk of getting made fun of when she turns 40. Largely because I think she realizes that I know better than to do that when she turns 40. So she's just well and truly in the clear. Dragged on! Madman. Thank you so much for the 20 gift subs. Actually, Shadow, that does make me feel better. That actually does. Come on. Get to space so I can find these guys and get shot by them. Let's see what they look like. Ooh, what's the PCU on this guy? Ooh. Huh. I could make this into an ACS ship. That's what I might do. Take it into creative mode and turn it into an ACS ship. Yeah. Obviously gut it of some of its more valuable components because that's what I do for those ships. But, yeah. Good work. A faction. What's the faction called? CLCG. Oh yeah, they're unhappy with me. Now I just gotta wait for that little drone guy to show up. I suppose if I stop moving that might help. I'll get further away from the planet before I do that. Do I have any weapons? I have one Gatling. I'm sort of intentionally doing this without having too many weapons, because if I have too many weapons, I'll end up with the situation where I destroy the thing before I get to see what it is. Yeah, turn a vanilla cargo ship that I captured, remodeled, reworked into an ACS ship. That sounds about right. Gatling and a prayer. Yep. Yeah, I think this is probably far enough away that those guys should be able to spawn. Don't know how else to go about getting them to spawn, other than just existing. Slow myself down to like 10 or 15 and I'll just gradually drift. Thanks, JMD. Thank you for the 300 bits. Also, thank you, all you very generous people today, for all the subs and stuff. Especially as it's at during the time where Twitch is doing their weird thing where they randomly add bits. Started with a grinder and a prayer. Yep. Alright. Now, let's, I guess, wait and see when they turn up. They turned up really quickly before. But I wonder whether there's, some sort of time element to it that I don't know about. Thank you, Taliesin! Thank you for the 5 gift subs as well. No, the ship did not have missile turrets. It just had 2 Gatlings. One of which was disabled because it was on a cargo container that was not intact. Although it might have had ammo in it, actually. Might. Not sure. Then this goes on here. And I can do things going around the whole wrong way. I never remember the order of these blocks in these things for some reason. Feels like they keep changing even though they don't. Oh yeah, it had the internal turret too. Yes, that is true. 2 Gatlings and an interior turret. Oh! Let's go shoot this business shipment. Maybe that'll get it to turn up. Oh, that's not good. Why did I fly? How did I fly straight through the... That was weird. I swear I just flew straight through that button panel. Yeah. I was like, how have I gotten desynced to my own grid in offline single player? Yeah, I am the one gun bandit. Oh, actually, speaking of one gun. Oh no, it's at 800 meters. Cool. Oh, Shadow, have you got all the parts for your new PC? Has everything arrived? Awesome. $6K's out. Nothing phases Spitzy, even his own ship. Yep, something like that. Let's get turret on hotbar. And the business shipment appears to be a bit stuck on the asteroid. It's flying oddly. Wow, it's been a long time since I've done anything with a business shipment. Long, long time. Orbis, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Oh. Where am I going? Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot that my turret was rotated sideways and was therefore I needed to use different controls to go in each direction. Right is down. Up is right. Now this thing's only got interior turrets, so... Target weapons. Wait, does my turret not affect faction standing? Why are my standings not changing? I'm pretty sure I would have hit it by now. Come on. Two turrets down, two to go. Turret, so I can go in there and grind this thing down. Yeah, I don't think the AI controlled turrets do count. Just I think I actually knew at some point. But I've apparently forgotten. No, the reason you saw the faction standings change as I took control was because I was then technically in control of the turret, which meant that the damage that the turret had already... The bullets that were en route now counted as mine. Assailant, let's go. What do you look like? And what are my chances against you? Looks like it's large grid. Yeah, if someone else in your faction does things that change your standing, you do see it. So it's a large grid drone with 2 interior turrets. Is that it? Is that all? Well, this should be made short work of. My gun just stopped shooting? Why is my gun not shooting? Why are you not shooting, gun? There are clearly weapons on that thing. Oh, they were? Where's it gone? There we go. Okay, it is now without weapons. How mean is this thing? Is it going to try and ram me? Yes. Oh! Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Well, that's cool to know. I'd never fought these things. I'd never seen what they did. I'm going to wrap up the stream here. I think we've definitely gotten the conclusion of, is suit only actually hard? And not particularly. It has its challenges, but it's not particularly hard as it turns out. So I might need to think up some other ways to make a particular start that's difficult, but not just based on luck. And also, now I know about these guys, it definitely does make it much easier to go after one of the cargo ships that's passive, because even if one of these comes after you, you're only dealing with a couple of interior turrets, and then when they're down, you should be able to get in and destroy its ability to control itself and target you. Because it's going to target the player, not the player's grid, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow here on Twitch with some more Abiotic Factor. But I'll also be with a video over on YouTube on my main channel tonight, which will be the finale of Scrapyard. And then later in the week, hopefully, some other videos and tutorials and things. So there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Have a good one, everyone. Bye.